to keep this world going. I'm sick of you. Now, if you don't like me, you go on. Leave me alone. I'm not going to trail you to try to force nothing on you. If you're in this meeting with me, it's because you chose to come in here. And you will either respect our meeting or you're going to be chastised. If you don't believe it, do what you just did again. You ain't heard. The very air that I'm breathing is connected to you right now. And you're going to find out that even the air is a creature. Now, we ain't bothering nobody. We're trying to make peace with people. We don't carry no guns. We ain't trying to threaten you from whatever you want to do. But if you want to come in here and make mischief, I'm telling you, you better quit. It's just like when you go into the courtrooms of America. People be sitting around there kicking it and talking and going on and everything. But once that judge takes his position and begins court, he don't want you in there whispering. He don't want you making no kind of noise. And he ain't gonna warn you but once either. If you don't respect his authority, you can get out of there. All you have to do is get up and walk out. But as long as you stay in that courtroom, you better abide by his authority, or them bailiffs, there's people in there that's standing around that you might think they're standing there. But they will come get you. So, because when people are in court on business, they came in there and they are there, the court is there to give them a hearing, which means they don't want no noise from nobody but them people who there to be heard. Now, if you got an argument or something for me, no, you got a right to present your argument. I'm not telling you that you can't unmute your phone and present an argument, because that's what we're here for. Allah said, argue with them in the best manner. Okay. Arguments I will hear. But just making noise to make noise, or when I say something that you might not like, you want to make some kind of noise to justify, to show me that you don't like what I said. Well, then I suggest you agitate the gravel, man. Now, as I was going to tell you, we are at a point now where the black man, just like they was wondering what was next, what's next to do. What if Donald Sterling don't do what the, well, I know what the next move is. I know exactly what next. Matter of fact, what we waiting on? Man, you got Sister Oprah. You got Brother Bill Cosby. You got all these wealthy black people Man, we don't need to go to none of their arenas. We can build us some arenas. And everybody already paying to see these men play ball. We don't have to have no white owners. Especially when they think that we their property. Huh? It's the culture. Well, we don't want to be in that culture no more. How about it? Leave them with their culture. He only wants white people at his games. We'll take white, black, and everybody at ours. All right? If you want to see a bunch of white boys run up and down the court, dunking balls and doing that, go on and do that. But if you want to see Dr. J and people that can do all that kind of stuff and defy gravity and all that, then you come over here to us. Huh? I mean, they called Michael Jordan Air Jordan, man. Took off from the free throw line and floated all the way to the basket. Huh? Had one brother running up walls, man. Bo Jackson. I mean, the man running up walls. Spider-Man. So, I mean, we don't have to beg nobody. I mean, this man sitting there talking about he feeding them. I didn't know he was the one running up and down that court. I didn't know people was paying money to come see Donald Sterling. I'm behind times. I thought people used to go to the basketball game and the football game to see them people out there on the court. I didn't know they came in there to look at that man up there in that box. Huh? Well, let's see if he feeding them. They need to just walk off. And wherever they go, the money going with them. Well, you know, that's flip the script thing. The best defense is a good offense. You can't win just playing defense. See, he know that. So since he don't have no defense when I'm on the air, he just act like I ain't on there. He can't flip no script with me. Didn't you just hear that? If I'm a racist, how come ain't none of them come in here and call it? Come on in there and tell me how much racism I'm teaching. If I'm a teacher of hatred, come in here and point it out. You threw the line on us. You point out the wrong idea at you. Unless you call caring about you wrong. And I didn't just stand up and lip profess it either. So a lot of folks stand up and say, I love you. And they rich and you poor, and that's where it's going to always be. You stay with me. And before it's over with, you'll have barrels of money that you'll be so used to having money that money won't be nothing to you. And all of you know money don't excite me. Anybody been around me a long time knows that anytime, you know, money don't excite me. That's why I don't have no problem getting it. Because it don't excite me. And so, soon I will have, as the messenger promised me, he said, Allah have promised me millions and millions, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. But he will release it certainly on time. He said, don't have to go outside of America. It's right here in America. And he will release it certainly on time. Our people are getting tired. Them basketball players, they wasn't of no mixed feelings about what Mr. Sterling said. All of them felt the same way. You know how you usually, well, I don't think it was that bad or whatnot. All of them said, no, that monkey won't swing. Huh? That generation, this generation that you're looking at there, they say, you ain't gonna punk me. Is that right? Is that right? I told him, hey, that man don't own us. You know, we can't play if he gonna stay. And as I told you, it's supposed to be unanimous to get him out of there. Not no 25, at least 3/4 of them, all of them. Otherwise, let them go play the ball. And I'm being nice now. But like I told you, it's time for us to own ourselves. It's time for us to use our own resources for us. Do you understand? Now, is that racism? What? Is it racism for me to say that the talents and the skills and the wealth that black people in America have should be under our control? Do that mean I hate white folks? Because if that's what that means, then white folks hate us. Because all their wealth is under their control. What? What's good for the goose is what? Okay, well, if it's okay if other people control their wealth and their natural resources, then why is it not okay for us to control ours? But we wasn't even thinking in terms of that. We don't need to buy nothing from them. We don't need to buy the Houston Astrodome. We don't need to buy Wrigley Field. We don't need to buy none of them things. We could build all them things for ourselves. Huh? I'm tired of helping people that hate me. Matter of fact, I'm through doing that. And I'm just letting you know. Well, I ain't quite through yet. I'll be through after a while. Through helping people. That's the next thing on my agenda. As the messenger said, he's now ready to put out of his universe most everybody that don't like him. That's what he said. You don't like my people, you don't like me. You don't like Jesus? You like this prophet, but you don't like that one? You don't like one of us, you don't like none of us. That's the, we are a package deal. When you're rooting for a team, you're rooting for the whole team, ain't you? Even them who's sitting on the bench. Ain't that right? That's your team. You said, that's my team. Is that right? Okay. Well, you know, if you notice, when one player on the bench get in a fight, I should say, when one player on the field get in a fight, the whole bench jumps up and runs out there. Is that right? When one prophet is attacked, all of us get on you. Now, as you did it to my brethren, that's me. So, That's why the minute I'm having a conversation with anybody and they disrespect the Bible or disrespect the Holy Quran, what I tell them? This conversation over. You don't respect them, then you don't respect me. Yeah. Now, any of y'all that's listening that's got a problem with this in this conference room or on YouTube or any place, you don't come in here and tell me the Bible is a lie, because the next thing I'm going to tell you is show me where the lie is. I already know you don't know. You ain't nothing but a parakeet, a hateful bird. Hateful. That's what you've been gobbling up. Somebody's hatred. And now you full of it. And if I can't change you, then you already on the list. You already done made God's list for destruction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told me to try to save your life. He said, go and warn them that you can save his life. Well, he must be planning on getting rid of you. But he's just. You don't get rid of somebody for breaking your laws when they didn't understand them. Son of man, go and eat up the book and speak with my words to him. Meaning that just recite the book and then teach them the understanding of what you're reciting to them. And show them that understanding in the book. So they won't think that this is your private interpretation. Remember when I was teaching you on namesake? Okay. You're not going to be able to claim that I made it up. So, you through attacking people? You don't ever, I'm saying this not to you all in here, but if it's somebody in here thinking about doing it, don't ever attack a guest of mine. Don't ever do that. You know, I'm not going to, you know, it's just like when what they was talking about with that Benghazi thing. That happened on Libyan soil. That was not President Obama's jurisdiction. That was the Libyan government's jurisdiction that happened in. You let some of your own people attack your guests? Ambassadors are guests in the countries that they have entered as in an embassy that was put up for them. They are guests there. They don't have any authority there. Which of the embassies that Russia has in America has some authority over what happens in America? They trust when they put their ambassador here that you will protect their ambassadors from harm. You think ISA and all of them rednecks in Congress don't know that? But they know they didn't teach you that. They don't teach you how this government works. They don't teach you how diplomacy works in their government. They don't teach you that, just like they tried to suggest right now. They on there trying to say that the administration misled the public and told the Miss Rice, what was her name? Susan Rice, told her to come out and lie to the people. gave her what to say to the people. That's common practice. They don't leave it up to the spokesperson. When a spokesperson is speaking for an administration, they're not speaking for themselves. They're speaking what the CIA and all of those people, the knowledge that the CIA and the people who are the intelligence community, they tell the president, this is what should be said concerning that. Because who's the most knowledgeable? It is the intelligence community. Is that right? They tell the president whether it's this or whether it's that and that kind of thing, and then they tell the spokesperson, this is what you say when asked about that. Right? But they try to make it look like President Obama and his administration did something that was improper. You see? Why did they do that? Same reason Romney got up there, and when all this stuff was going on, he makes an attack on the President of the United States as though the President of the United States was agreeing with the attack on the embassy in Benghazi and the stuff that happened over in Egypt, that the president was sympathizing with them people rather than sticking up for his own people. And the other redneck said, yeah, that's right. Let's impeach that nigga. Well, I'm sick of you. And if you don't stop, Allah going to send some more tornadoes and sinkholes. He's going to open up sinkholes. You're going to see so much. You know, the messenger told you this. He said Allah said he's going to shoot all of his arrows at America. And he said if a man tell you he going to shoot all his ammunition at you, you want to know how much he got. And the messenger said, I say plenty. You done got wise in producing weapons, but you ain't yet produced no renewable weapon. Once your bomb blow up, you got to make another one. Once our rain fall, we ain't got to go make no another one. We just draw it right back up and drop it back down on you again. And we can keep on dropping it back down on you. Just raise it up, here it come again. Huh? When the wind come after you, we can whip it up, let it blow out, and then, or either make it go forward and then make it back up. You're going to see all this. Then you'll understand why Isaiah told you who you should fear. Oh. As the messenger said, this one that I represent, he don't have to go get no carpenter's tool or nothing. Just his word is enough. And that's what he told you. And he said, the forces of nature have been ordered to fight on his side. That's right. And you see, why you think I'm not afraid to say what ain't gonna happen here? And then I told you, if it do happen here, then you know I wasn't who I thought I was. And ain't no sense in you feeling sorry. You should be happy, and you should then start looking for the Son of Man. Now, but until that happens, you better try to keep your seat. So I'm going to keep on teaching. I'm trying to provoke some of these people. You know, they got a lot to say when I'm not around. We know how that works. That's the way they did it at the beginning. Remember when Allah spoke to Adam and told him what was to do and what not to do? And Adam told his wife, right? Now that's a parable of sort. And when Adam wasn't around, who slipped up next to Eve? Yeah. I remember President Obama last night. He told he told a little funny. He said, you know, whenever somebody start off with, if you're trying to communicate, never start it off with, let me tell you something else about Negro. I'm sorry, you had to be there to get it. But but they all understood what he was saying. And you remember when your boy said, let me tell you something else I know about Negroes. And so the president said, don't never start off your sentence with, let me tell you something else about Negro. so he's teaching them, you got to teach a racist how to be one. That's what he was saying. Look, if you want to be a racist, let me tell you how to be it without getting caught. So, look, what is going to free you from being misled by leaders is someone is going to have to raise your level of consciousness that the leader can't talk over your head. You better pay attention in these meetings instead of being entertained by me. So I'm not here to entertain you. Just because you see me laughing and talking, don't think I'm joking. I just know that we kind of we are humorous people. And so sometimes you get a point across better when you do a little humor. But, just like, he, like I said, I'm proud of that brother, President Obama. You notice, don't nobody never say nothing about how I speak up for him and talk. Anybody that, you remember every time Minister Farrakhan spoke highly of somebody, they put it all in the news to try to use him. I'm not afraid of them trying to use me to put a black eye on somebody. You know why? Because they know they can't. In order to do that, they have to be able to put a microphone in my face and get me to say something that they can twist. You ever tried to change something I said or twist something I said? It don't work. Because I prove what I say as I'm saying it. Most people, you can come back and tell them, you said such and so, and then they tell you, well, that ain't what I meant. They said, that's not what I meant. I don't have to say that ain't what I meant. I told you what I meant by that. If you want to twist it, you go right ahead. But don't say I said it. I said what I had to say on that. Do you understand? Why you think my meetings last so long? It takes time to teach people. It don't take no time to stand up and tell somebody a bunch of stuff. But to teach them, that takes time. I hear people all the time, but I got a quick question. A quick question, you telling me you want a quick answer. I don't know if the answer can be quick. I give concise answers. I don't give quick answers. You see? Because I can't promise you that the answer gonna be quick. Depending on what the question is. Some of the simplest words got the most meanings. Look them up in the dictionary. The four-letter words got far more meanings than them big, what you call $500 words. That's how you know somebody trying to talk over your head. They want to sound like they saying a lot, but when you look up the words that they using, you discover that they didn't say nothing. Wasn't too much substance in what they said. Huh? What y'all think about it? I'm kind of segue here. What did y'all think about the little clip I showed you from The Last Samurai? The Last Samurai. Well, Tom Cruise and the man asked him, why do you hate your own people so much? Wasn't that timely? You know, I mean that was profound. Let me see here. I thought this little scene here was I thought this scene was very, very good. And that's why I recorded it. But I won't bore you with that right now. Well, I guess I do need to share a little of it with you to show you what I get out of stuff when I'm watching and the difference.
つけない。この勝本がいらざるときは死を賜ります。いや、海の。
Now what they talking in Japanese, but the caption says, I need advisors who know the modern world. That's the new emperor talking to one of the samurai who were his protectors. And so the samurai told him, if I am not useful, I will be happy to take my own life. You know, I mean, he said, if I am no use, I will happily take my own life. Now that's how loyal he was to his emperor. You understand? And for they considered their emperor the living God. They considered him as being the living God. Now, listen. The emperor told him, no, I need your voice in the council. Now watch what he tells the emperor.
お前の声がいる。陛下はあの人神ではございませんか。
He said, it is your voice we need, Highness. And
正しいと思うことをおやりになればよい。
Then not only did he say, it is your voice that we need, Highness, then he told him, you are a living God. Do what you think is right. Now he's telling him that's the same thing that the scripture says about the Son of Man. There was no one for me to ask what to do. They said to me, the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. Even when I ask people their advice on things, you know, I can't ask people how to do my job. I can only ask a person. Intelligence dictates that I ask a person to explain to me something that they have learned of this world. I can't ask you to explain the Holy Scriptures to me. Can the blind lead the blind? So the messengers of God wish that they could have been where you sitting. How many of y'all saw prophecy? You remember the last one where he was telling where Gabriel had got, you know, tripped up so much, and he told the little Nephilim, he said, you know, I didn't know why. All I was doing was what I was told, in so many words. He said, but you are the answer. You know why everything is. Remember he told him that? And all of the messengers of God, they were told what to say. They wasn't necessarily told why that was said. Remember Daniel? What did he say his visions did for him? They troubled him. But he spoke them on his faith in God. The words on these, he that sitteth upon that white horse was what? Faithful and true. Right? If we allow you to see part of what we promised them, I'll cause you to what? Cause you to misunderstand. That ain't for you. You just say what we told you. Right? And upon us rest the explaining of it and the collecting of it. When you collect something, what's another way of putting that? Gathering it all together. And he gathered them all together. And you see what's going on now? All right. Yeah. So he told him, you are a living God. Do what you think is right. What is you know, the Word is God. Most people don't know what a living God is. But the scripture teaches you that the Word was made flesh. And dwelt among us. And so the Word was no longer just made into a book. One day it was going to be made into a man. Then you won't be able to twist it. then you won't be able to put your private interpretation on it. You ever heard anybody try to come up by? Tell you what, I remember when I taught at Minister John's temple, the messenger's brother. And when I finally sat down, he tried to get up and come behind me and re-explain what I was saying, and he got confused. You can't get up behind me and reinterpret me, unless you wind up confusing yourself and somebody see that you don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand? You see, they used to doing that with the scriptures. They'll read a scripture and then they say, now that means, and they just start twisting it up. And then they say, you see? And then you said, yeah. I said, neither one of you don't see. But you be lying to yourself. You know. But as this scene was playing out, I was thinking about how you be thinking these people making up movies and all they doing is just putting the word of God in a fictional way. That's what science fiction is. It's truth in a fictional tale. Do you understand? Now that master, now he was a master samurai, and compared to him, the little prince is a child. But watch what he does when the prince tries to tell him to teach him and tell him what to do. Watch what the master does.
ことをおやりになればよい。
あの者たちの望むことをしている限り、地には神であるかもしれんな。
恐れながら、なんという情けなきお言葉。陛下は民の思いをお忘れか。
どうすればよい？教えてくれ。
お上は一天万上の天使様であらせられます。お上のお言葉こそ。
They didn't know how to write this because in real life, that is one of the things about a ruler that you can't teach him. But the first lesson in being a man is knowing when not to try to lead. A wise man is not the man who knows how to use his own head. A wise man knows how to get the counsel of others who are wiser in different areas than he is. Being a ruler don't mean you know everything, but it does mean you need to know how to find out what you don't know. So the way they wrote that was poor, but the message is still there. Solomon said it like this. Now what they should have did was put in there, I need your counsel, master. Why? Because Solomon said, in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. The government of America knows that. That's why, the founding fathers knew that. If you ask the average one of these people that's in Congress now taking orders from a man like Grover Norquist and whoever he represents, you ask them why the president needs so many people in his cabinet, they say that's just overkill. That's too big government. And they really believe that. They're just that silly. But the founding fathers, who believed in God and tried their best to, and Allah let them understand enough of the Bible to help get this set up like He needed it set up in order to get us to the point where we at right now. He let them understand what Solomon said. In the multitude of counselors, there is safety. So a president gets to take a lot of people into his cabinet with him. Why? And why are they called a cabinet? It's because you have, what do you look for in cabinets? Generally, you find cabinets in kitchens. If you can't stand the heat, that's where that term comes from. Stay out of where? And when you go into the, when things get warm in there, it's because something is cooking. And people used to ask the question, what's cooking, man? I'm trying to show you. I understand a whole lot of things that in the language that we use. If you don't understand the language, you don't know what's being said. And when you say, what's cooking? Well, I mean, what kind of stuff going on? What is happening? Then you go into the cabinet. If you don't like what's cooking, then put a stop to it. Look up in the cabinet and get something out of there that you will enjoy having to cook. Huh? Right. And said, now you cooking. Is that right? Yeah, I'm just showing you that's the kind of language we used to have. But the language didn't change with generations. You know, it's still called a cabinet, even though people don't say what's cooking no more. So they done lost track of what things are for because they lost the communication. That's why it's called the Tower of Babel. They can no longer speak each other's language. And so the tower that they built ends in confusion. So this is a day where everything got to be explained so that you don't make the error or mistake of trying to attack me. You know, you stumble over me, you know, whoever fall on that stone, whoever stumbles on that stone shall be crushed. And whosoever that stone shall fall on shall be ground to powder. That's what's written. You know, so, you know, be satisfied that I'm on your side. If your side is that you just want freedom, justice, and equality for yourself and other human beings. If you got something else in mind, you better repent. All right? Okay. So, now let's get over here to the other part.
Oh, did you run away? Suppose I should thank you. $500 a month, including back pay for time spent in captivity. There's enough there to climb back inside a bottle for the rest of your life. You're welcome. Well, it is pretty much over. Katsumoto's under arrest. Amuro won't let him last the night. With Katsumoto dead, We should have a little trouble handling what's left of the rebellion, even without you. Especially without you. Just tell me one thing. What is it about your own people that you hate so much?
So you know I had to record that. Because that show applies to a whole lot of dark-skinned people. Hard to get you to care about each other. It's hard to get you. That's why you can't unite. Because you hate your own people. Anytime you love somebody, it ain't hard to unite with them. Slip is showing. Oh, you do a lot of talk. You do a lot of big talk about love. But I know the truth. Why you don't unite with me and help me to do for the people you say you love? Oh, what I meant when I said your slip is showing. You know, women used to wear not just dresses, they put on undergarments, slips. I don't even know if they sell slips no more. But anyway, they put on slips. Underneath the dress, there's another dress that they call a slip. And that kept you from being able to, when the sun hit that dress a certain way, if it wasn't for that slip, you'd be able to see right through to the woman's nakedness. But the slip prevented that. And sometimes women would be walking and the slip would be coming down out from underneath the dress. You could see the slip. You could see it hanging out, and someone would say, your slip is showing. You understand? Okay. Well, what I meant to say was your hypocrisy is showing. You know, that which you say, but up underneath you got it hid that you don't really mean it. That's your slip. And your hypocrisy is showing. I set up a unity and rebuilding fund, and I showed you and told you that we would show you every bit of progress and what we're spending that money on. And I told you you could go down there and ask the people at the credit union what what are we doing with that money other than what I promised. And you heard me say it on the air that they have my permission to tell you. And what was I doing? I was fixing it where there's accountability, where you could check me on what I'm telling you. But I also, what you didn't realize, was taking away your excuse that you might put up, that you didn't trust me, that you didn't think I was going to really be doing with the money the right thing and all of that kind of thing. I took that excuse away from you. So now my question is, if you love black people so much, why you don't want to help me to help us? I didn't ask you for a whole lot. I asked you for $5 a month. And I told you to tell your neighbors. I said $5 a month per person, per household. So if you have a family of 10, you and your wife and 8 children, that would be $50 a month. Right? And I explained that to you. Still didn't get but a few people, little participation. Why? And then you stand up and talk about you honoring Martin Luther King, you honoring Rosa Parks, you honoring this one, and you honoring that one. I love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what he taught. I love black people. I do that. You lying. Every idle word that men shall speak. You know what an idle God is, don't you? What's an idle God? Say that again. Something that you made up. If you carve out a little statue and put him up there, that's an idle God, huh? What's another word for it then? A false God. And every false word that men shall speak, every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account of it in the day of judgment. You notice I call people to account on things that slip right by you. Didn't slip by me. A lot of times I say, what'd you say? Then when I call you on it, you say, well, what I meant was, yeah, but that ain't what you said. And people getting less and less. I can't hardly get nobody to talk to me no more. And by not talking to me, tells me something too. Yeah. You can't hide. What happens when you go before people that can judge you and you don't want to talk? What do they tell you that means? It means that you are afraid that what you might say might tend to incriminate you if you have to tell the truth. Huh? He even tell you that you can't assume a person is guilty because they the Fifth Amendment already said that. The Fifth Amendment says, I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that it might incriminate me. Huh? That's why them people with the bridge gate, they want immunity. They want to be immune to being prosecuted before they start talking. Why? Because when I start talking, you're gonna have something to get on me about. I want you to immunize me against that, right? Everybody now wants to say I ain't to blame. I ain't the only one. And if I'm gonna help you now, you need to not hold me responsible for obeying that man that you going after. Huh? Yeah. So, I wish I could get those who been in charge to tell them to turn that down. It's distracting. I wish I could get some of them who've been ruling and got everybody's ear. You see how bogus the news is. Huh? How one-sided it is. They only want you to know certain things. They only want to give you information that plays into their plans of how they want you to think. They want to steer and control your thinking without you realizing it, without you realizing that actually the thoughts that you are having are not yours, but they are being slipped into your mind and making you think it was your thought. You understand? Just like when you heard the brother ask the congressman the question, the way he formed it was this negativity, and you would agree that it's negative, and that kind of thing. You know, I mean, you're gonna lead me into thinking evil about the truth that I heard a man speak? What's negative about the truth? And even the word negative, when you really look it up, the root of it is the word negate. So if it's negative, what is it negating? It is negating Clarence Thomas's ability to hide. It's negating his ability to pretend that he's a Supreme Court justice. And why did they get so offended when they heard him being called Uncle Tom? You're not supposed to have nerve enough to call him Uncle Tom if he's on the Supreme Court. Huh? Nobody ever says anything about Uncle Tom sitting up there. Right? They just said Clarence Thomas voted it down. Clarence Thomas voted it down. Now it's time to say it like it is. Well, here come Uncle Tom again. Right? What we need to do is start a petition. Don't they have what they call electronic petitions? We need to start a petition demanding that Clarence Thomas retire. There's no shame in retiring. Is that right? I mean, if you don't want to represent black people's views, if you don't want to be up there to show us that we have representation in this government, in every, not just in the lawmaking body, the legislative body, not just in the executive branch or the legislative branch. We need representation in the judicial branch. And since he clearly does not represent us, he don't have the courage to represent us. I mean, I don't care about his private views. He can love any redneck he wants. But if he cannot separate his personal views from being able to represent the views of the majority of black people and justice for the majority of black people, then he does not need to be in the judicial branch of a government that rules over black people. Isn't that right? I mean, even if he gave a dissent and said, look, I really don't see no need for this. All this civil rights and all that stuff. But black people in this country do see a need for it. And I don't think that it would be just for me to sit up here with so many of them who feel that this is a help to them. and that it's still needed, I don't think it's right that we should take it away from them. Even though my personal feelings is I don't need it. Huh? I could respect him on that. But he got up off of the backs of civil rights and all of that kind of thing, and then he want to get up there and kick it over. And run around here he wants it both ways. He wants to kick us and help stomp us, but he still wants us to consider him black. That he's one of us. He's Uncle Tom. UNCLETOM. Tom. The man from Uncle. Yeah. So we know what he is, and we're not afraid to say it. That if that brother had kept on pushing the congressman, he was finna tell him himself. Well, you want me to condemn Benny Thompson for calling that man Uncle Tom, but you ain't said nothing to these people who call those in the Obama administration scumbags. Ain't nobody said nothing about that. So we are not going to bite our tongue on how we talk to each other, because white folks don't like it. Well, that's who didn't like it. That's what we mean when we say Uncle Tom. He pleasing white people, the unjust ones. And so they wonder, why are you talking about Tom? The mere fact you standing up here defending him tells me that I hit that nail right on the head. You ain't never heard them come out and defend no black man who really, if Thurgood, how many times did they come to Thurgood Marshall's defense? Huh? See, when you done had the real thing, phony don't get it. Huh? They couldn't have got Thurgood Marshall to vote like he did. Now, where in Clarence Thomas history has he ever shown that he's did anything that merits him being appointed to the Supreme Court? Benny Thompson said that man ain't even never practiced law. So, some of y'all look that up. What did he do? Other than said, like that little fella on He-Man, called Yes Man. The only thing he would say, yes, boss. Huh? He-Man is a cartoon I used to watch from time to time. It had a little snake in there. It was a Silverhawk? Okay, Silverhawk. And he was called Yes Man, and he just said, yes, boss. Yes, boss. Everything was just yes. And he was called Yes Man. And it would tickle me so when he said, yes, man, where are you? He said, yes, boss. But anyway, I mean, really. Yes. Where did he practice at, brother?
He said that he attended Yale Law School in 1974. He was an assistant attorney general in Missouri.
Wait a minute. Assistant attorney general.
And subsequently practiced law
And did what? I mean, Thurgood Marshall won some cases, and it was documented in major cases. Now, what did Clarence Thomas do to merit being appointed to the Supreme Court? Yes, man. That's what he done. If we put you up there, Tom, are you gonna do right? Yes, boss. So I mean, I hope. What's the name? Them? What's that? Buzzfeed? Was it? What was it? BuzzFeed? Yeah, BuzzFeed. And I was on there again talking about you, boy. You know, I mean, you're gonna tell black people that we can't call a black man Uncle Tom. Do you know how much nerve that takes? So now, not only can I not say nothing about white people that I disagree with, I can't say nothing about black people that I disagree with to black people. So is it okay if what can I do? Since I can't talk about white folks and express my grievance, and I can't talk about Negroes that don't do right, then what can I say? Just get over there and sit down and shut up. That's what they want. That's what they're telling us. If you fool enough to go for it. And I'm going to tell you something else. If you're a man and you speak the truth, and then because somebody that is in authority or whatnot heard you and then question you about it, and you start backing up and changing it, well, then you need to go and rethink your position about talking about you a man. A judge made the mistake of asking me about what I teach and what not. I told him, I'm not going to change what I teach just because you ask me. You know, if you didn't want to hear the answer, you shouldn't ask me the question. So they don't respect your right to practice religion. They just say that. When you do practice your religion and it don't agree with what they want, they put you in jail. Huh? Even when you show them, you know, they know what our religion. They put Muhammad Ali in jail because he told them that he wasn't going to go fight no war for them. Well, ain't no Vietnamese called us nigger. He said, you want me to go over there and fight for your freedom, and you won't even stand up and fight for my rights to be free here. So you can just go and put me in jail because they ain't going nowhere for you. That's what he told him. Then after 3 years in jail, then they overturn it at the Supreme Court, so-called. When he never should have been put in jail in the first place. But they had to teach that nigger a lesson. You know how it go. Well, next time you see these tornadoes and stuff lined up, they said a tornado outbreak. Sound like chicken pox, huh? But next time you see that, you think about all of them hateful things that you've been doing to us. When you hear about the death tolls and all of that, you think about all of the black men that you done murdered and all of the black children you done killed and everything. You think about that. And I offered you peace. So, I'm just telling you, we're tired. They got an old saying, iron wears out. And mercy might not run out, but time sure do. That's one thing that they know is true. How you know? I remember when I used to be, when I was a youngster, my mother used to look at the stories. And they had one that said, and it had a hourglass. It says, as sand through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. So I know they know time runs out. Yeah. The time for you to mistreat me and my people has ran out. Remember the Sabbath day. For the Son of Man is the Lord even of the Sabbath day. He's letting you know when you can look for the Son of Man. Jesus told him that. Moses told him, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. In it thou shalt do no work. You had 6 days to do all your work, to labor and do it all your work. But the Sabbath day shall be a holy day unto the Son of Man. And in it thou shalt do no work. Do right or do nothing. I'm just telling you now. Okay, you can believe me or not. So, you always got people who don't mind lying. But you threw lying in the name of God. You don't believe it? Ask Royal. He done went and joined the Moors. He ain't telling them he no Lord of no worlds either. So, Geno Jennings, he don't attack no Muslim no more. You heard him attack a Muslim lately? If you hear him attacking the Muslims, you let me know. And I'll come right in there and ask you. So you ain't learned your lesson, huh? Yes. Yeah, I can talk about them. Talk about every one of them. Because I ain't saying nothing now that I wouldn't say when I'm in front of him. You go and listen to our conversation, and you know that I'm not just saying this because they ain't here. If he was here, he wouldn't say nothing. He wouldn't want to argue with me. And all them so-called bad actors out there got thousands of followers in their churches and whatnot. I just notice it's strange that Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes, and ain't none of them weighed in on the Donald Sterling thing. Huh? They stay out of politics. I don't get in politics. Well, what do you get in? Get in people's wallet. Yeah, it's the truth. You know, and it's strange. They don't say nothing when Minister Farrakhan asks for some money. They don't say that when T.D. Jakes asks for money. When Joel Osteen and all these what they call them, televangelists, they ask for money. And when I said that all of those millionaires and whatnot, if you just put $100,000 in that account, I would show you what should have been being done with the monies that other people been taking up, claiming they wanted to help our people, and didn't do nothing. Then all of a sudden, yeah, see, all that nigga want is money. One thing about it, I was doing something with the money I had to help my people before I asked you for a dime. I just wanted to show you how big of a liar you are talking about you love black people. I got plenty to show how I feel about my people. My people around here, we just went and got them some nice, what kind of cars is that? Toyota Camrys with this name of the school on the side of it, just like Alcorn State University and all them others. Got them 2 nice buses. Working on getting a helicopter. What you doing? What? Just unmute your phone. Tell me what you doing for anybody. You know, we built a bakery for our people. You know, I took their money and got some property, and we put up a bakery. We put up an automotive facility. Put them in, got them their own print shop. Got them a little business office. Got them a theater. We ain't finished it yet, but we gonna work our way back to it. What you doing? Come on, tell me. Yeah, we listening. We all ears. We just like Mr. Spock. Tell us what you doing, since you got so much condemnation for me. Every time you open your mouth, you always got something hateful to say about me. Then now it's time, let's get it off of me and let's see what you're doing. Just tell us what your website is. I'll put it on here and show it to the people. You know why I don't mind showing it? Because I don't think that I need to condemn anything that a person is doing that would actually help my people. I don't need to condemn them. I need to be grateful. You know, you know, if a man really believes he's this or he's that, then I don't have to condemn the man. All I have to do is, if he's not really that, I need to reason with him and show him. That's what I was trying to do with Royal. No. But once he saw he wasn't, and he had to see it, that's why he stopped talking in the middle of our argument. As we was arguing, he just stood back and let the little fat secretary take it up. Then it was over. I mean, this wasn't no tag team. No. No, I can understand if your second in command started off and then he had to step back and then you step in. But no, It don't work the other way around. You know. Then I made the mistake of calling them his followers, and then they cleared that up. The little secretary said, "We ain't his followers." Oh, so it's just a bunch of wolves here. Huh? You know, wolves, they don't really follow each other. Even when they got a leader, they sizing him up all the time to see if I can take him. Is that right? Yeah. And that's the way they are. Bunch of wolves that could care less about black people. They just want to tear you to pieces. Otherwise, they would agree with me that, hey, we all do need to be under one umbrella. We don't need all of these people pulling us in all these different directions. So we need to get in front of them and argue with each other and show them which of us is most qualified. Right? Why am I the only one that see that? The rest of them see that, but they're not interested in you being one people because they're making money off of your disunity. They all made an agreement with each other not to try to perpetuate nobody's religion. That's how they got that 1,000,000-man march. Everybody agreeing not to step on the other one's toes. And then they collect up the money and split the money. What happened to the money? Then send somebody out there to tell you that event costs money for them speaker system and all that stuff right there. Speaker system costing you millions of dollars, huh? I need to go in the speaker system business and look for you. Not to mention all of the money that them people spent on charter buses, all of the money that them people spent on whatever stores they went to, or fast food places they went to get the sandwiches and stuff. And the best thing you could do is get all them millions of people somewhere to go drop millions of dollars in a white community. Because you want to be seen in front of Washington. Why not go to Mound Bio or someplace where there ain't number of black people and get them people to bring that kind of money in there and leave that kind of money in there? You don't care nothing about us. You don't know how to care. It's not enough to just say you care. To just say you care and don't know how to show it, it's the same as not caring. Let he that have pity on the poor lend the ear to the Lord. You do know that's written, don't you? He that hath pity on the poor lendeth an ear to the Lord. You know, I told you yesterday that the way of peace is that you should do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Is that right? You know why people can listen to me for hours and hours and hours and their peace not get broke? It's because at any time I say something that gives them trouble, they know they can stop me and talk with me about it. And if nobody stops me to talk to me about it, then how you gonna say I broke your peace? when if there was something troubling you about what I said, I didn't prevent you from stopping me and questioning me about why I said it, or you wasn't quite sure it was true. Why didn't you ask me to give you some more proof? Huh? Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Now, I can't help y'all who said you was my followers in there, and now you got to be reconverted. I'm not finna try to reconvert you. I told you a long time ago, your faith in me is your most prized possession. Lose it, and I can't help you. Because whatever you let trick you and cause you to start doubting rather than trusting me, if you didn't trust me, you never should have said that you was ready to follow me. You should have got to the point where I had proven myself trustworthy, and then no matter what come up, you'd have been saying, I'm with the Son of Man. I don't understand everything he's doing, but if I did, I wouldn't have needed him to lead me. Now, that's just the way it is. I don't have to explain everything I do to you. No. Those with me are called, chosen, and faithful. That's what the book teaches you. So, I didn't twist nobody's arm and make you say you was my follower. I assume when you say you was my follower that I had gained your trust. Huh? You found something in the Word of God that condemns me. Then what made you stop trusting me? I did something you didn't like, huh? Tough. I didn't do nothing God didn't like. So we're going to go ahead and explain this a little deeper to you. The scripture, when it tells you, when we say that the way of peace they have not known, you notice, until I told you what the way of peace was, you didn't know. He who knows and knows not that he knows is asleep. Wake him. That's a saying of the children of this world, which helps you to understand something that Jesus said. Our friend Lazarus sleepeth. Come, let us go and awake him. You've been knowing, as you would that men do to you, do ye also unto them. You've been knowing that, but you never did know that that was the way of peace. Now, let me share something else with you. What we are really saying is the way of those with the mind of peace is to do unto others as they would like others to do unto them. A man that has a peaceful mind is not interested in fighting with you and jumping on you and beating you up. Even when you invite him to, he says, no, I don't want to do that. Say, look, man, if that's what you want to do, live and let live. I ain't trying to force nothing on you. If I offended you, I apologize. Peace of mind is peace of mind. Do you know how many people wish they had peace of mind and can't find none? You take the most wealthiest person. He's a poor man at the time compared to the man with a satisfied mind. Yeah, that's a song. You know, I mean, I'm trying my best to share with you what and when I was in the position you sitting, I appreciated the Honorable Elijah Muhammad sharing with me. I wasn't sitting there envying him. I was sitting there being thankful to Allah that he was there. I didn't want to be over nobody. I just wanted to be with him. You see? And, you know, I don't need to be over nobody. Why you think I wise people up when they come around me? I ain't interested in looking down on people. I just tried to be your brother. Ain't my fault you now since not appreciated. That's your loss, not mine. I mean, here you see, I mean, let me show you how crazy we are. You see, every dime that you give me, I spend it back on you to get something else for you. And you still ain't had sense enough to give me every extra penny you get your hands on. Even though you don't get that kind of interest on no money you put in the bank. No bank goes out trying to purposely make you more money. And you think I'm going to run after you and beg you to give me some money? I ain't going to go running after you to beg you to give me nothing. It's written what to say, what I was supposed to say to you. I'll let you see it. Because I know you're bound to say I'm a lying. You know, that's what they told Jesus. They called Jesus. That liar said he was going to do this and don't do that. Go there and make sure that his followers don't come and take his body away. You remember that? Call him a liar. Yeah. Let's see here. A man wanted me to be a liar so bad he started calling me a liar the first time he heard the word Jefferson County. Got hit by a storm. Let's see here. Made me forget what I was going after. Let's see here. What was I just saying? Huh? Prove what? Huh? Oh, yeah. Thank you, bro. Give me a minute. Turn to the book of Psalms. Go to the 50th chapter. And we're going to start at the 7th verse. I don't want to go too far because you already hate me. A lot of you. So I'm gonna be concise with it, okay? It says, "Hear, H-E-A-R, hear, O my people, and I will speak. O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am God, even thy God. How many times you heard me stand up and tell one of them, call up here and tell me I ain't your Lord? Haven't you heard me tell them that? How many of them did it? Then it says, I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. And do that sound like I need to be begging you for some money? Huh? Oh, it says, I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell you. What the owner of a supermarket look like going around in there telling his people, I'm hungry? Could run all up out of there and eat fine. Right? And so it says, will I eat the flesh of bulls? Notice he didn't say, will I eat the meat of bulls? He said, will I eat the flesh of bulls? Or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High. Keep your word. That's what I demand. I'm with you, son of man. I'm following you. Go in and do something. So, who you think you're talking to? Oh, yeah? Did I tell you to say you was my follower? And why did you lie? No? And call upon me in the day of trouble, in all your ways. And what will he do? How many times have I told you to stop making decisions while you're angry and whatnot if you disagree about something? What did I tell you to do? So I could settle it, right? And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked God saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? What I tell the Caucasian? There ain't nobody to be preaching the word of God to me. What? Your history will not allow you to be that. You don't come in here and offer me no advice about how to talk to my people or nothing. You lost that right when you made a slave out of me. And if the rest of the world, if all of the people on this planet think that I should not be the one to tell you how to conduct yourself, then let that person that represents a people that think that I should not be the one to tell you how to conduct yourself come in here and let me ask you a question. Are you aware that the black man in America is the only man on this planet that can't nobody accuse of having wronged them? But we have been wronged by all of you. How could you say that we should not be over anybody based on what that you know about us? What? What injustice have we done to any of you? But you stood by and watched all of the injustices that we suffered. You saw that they showed that even those who claim they didn't know nothing about slavery, they saw Trayvon Martin. That was on the news. CNN, wasn't it? Now, I don't know if they put it on. I think it was on the internet, wasn't it? Jordan Davis, Rodney King. How many of the nations of the earth said, hey, what's wrong what you're doing to them black people over there? If anybody have a right to say, we don't want y'all over us no more, it's us. But you can't say you don't want me over you, not justifiably, because you don't know what I would do. Because I ain't never been over nobody. They tried to suggest that if they pass a law, this is how dumb they done made the American people, to even come out and even say something so asinine. Well, if we do something about immigration right now, if we pass it, we are afraid that this president will not obey the law. Let's see. The Affordable Health Care Act is now what they say law. And when given that law, they had to stipulate in there that you can choose to accept it or obey it or not to the states. And the Republican states is the ones, and Republican governors is the ones that refuse to obey that law. That's the trick of the infidel. That's the trick of the so-called Tea Party. To accuse us, to accuse the just of what the unjust and the guilty are truly guilty of. They the one that ain't obeying the law. Keeping health care from millions of people. Because they want to make President Obama's presidency look like a farce. Wouldn't help him create no jobs, because that was their main focus. That's what they said. Well, how do you know that their main focus was to prevent jobs? Because every time he offered them an opportunity to create some, they refused it. They say, well, the pipeline, how do they say it? The Keystone, sound like Keystone Cops. The Keystone Pipeline will create millions of jobs. Is that what they say? And he just needs to sign it. You know, I heard this talk about the oil and all of that stuff, light crude and heavy crude, and all. I don't know what that's talking about. And they know we don't know what that's talking about. And they know most of us ain't gonna go and try to find out. We're gonna take their word for it. Right? Let me let you hear something here. Let's see. Just give me a minute. I'm looking for something.
Surprising to me, but I think it was something that must be underscored.
Republicans now think Republicans are on the wrong.
10 years ago in 2005. If you were.
Eventually, I guess I'll find it.
According to officials,
Tonight, Scott Walker, governor of Wisconsin. His earnings are so out of touch. Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. The Speaker of the House announced today the House will vote. Choice words at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, I think this is the beginning of the book.
I tape so many things that sometimes I forget what it was. Well, I know he ain't on that. I don't need to go to MSNBC. Let's see. I don't think that's it either.
Look, call me self-centered, but I can think of one minority they could start with.
This was a pretty good one there. Let me. Let's see here.
Of course, even after I've done all this, some folks still don't think I spend enough time with Congress. Why don't you get a drink with Mitch McConnell, they ask. Really? Why don't you get a drink with Mitch McConnell? I know Republicans are still sorting out what happened in 2012, but one thing that they all agree on is they need to do a better job reaching out to minorities. And then look, call me self-centered, but I can think of one minority they could start with. Hello?
You know, it's nice to see, a president that's got some sense. All right, just a moment. I'm gonna let y'all go in a minute. I can't seem to find what I'm looking for. I know good and well I had just seen it.
Trial. Republican lawmakers reopened the vacancy.
that it must be underscored because they
Grand gestures.
and also the Cowboy and Indian Alliance say that the Keystone XL threatens their land
That's it.
and livelihood. And also the Cowboy and Indian Alliance say that the Keystone XL threatens their land, water, and livelihood. Nebraska Congressman Lee Terry is one of the pipeline's most vocal supporters in the House. He released a new video this week. What more will it take? Only if this project does not significantly exacerbate the problem of carbon pollution.
According to the State Department, building the Keystone Pipeline will reduce carbon pollution by 28 to 42%.
The president didn't have a problem with the Alberta Clipper pipeline. Does not significantly exacerbate the problem of carbon pollution.
According to the State Department, building the Keystone Pipeline will reduce carbon pollution by 28 to 42%.
Now they claim that according to the State Department, the the pipeline will reduce carbon emissions by 28 something percent, right? Okay, remember that figure.
The president didn't have a problem with the Alberta Clipper pipeline delivering oil into the United States and crossing the border.
You said the Keystone XL pipeline will be approved if it significantly worsens climate change. The State Department report has concluded that Keystone will not have a significant effect on climate change.
The president, until after the election, it's about politics. We can build one. There's nothing. This kind of bill.
Earlier this year, members of Bold, Nebraska told me the lobbying effort and misinformation campaign are two of their big concerns.
He sent an email to his supporters saying that their electricity bills will go up unless the Keystone XL pipeline is approved. That is outrageous. It's outrageous.
So the fear tactic is out there as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You were told that your electricity rates are going to go up unless the pipeline's built.
Yep, outrageous. If that's the type of tactics that not only Representative Terry uses, but ALEC and Americans for Prosperity, all of those groups on the far right who don't care actually about protecting farmers and ranchers, they'll put them in their political ads, but when it comes time, when the rubber hits the road, where are they? Has a single Republican leader stood with us throughout this time?
The email in question from Kevin Conroy, Terry's campaign manager, alleges energy prices have risen over the last few years. They claim prices will continue to rise if the Keystone XL pipeline is not approved. It says, I am proud of the work Lee Terry is doing to lower energy costs at home by passing Keystone XL. Congressman Lee Terry says that the president's decision to delay the pipeline is all about politics. And Congressman Lee Terry joins us tonight here on the Ed Show. Congressman, good to have you with us. I appreciate your time. Glad we can work this out.
Yeah, I'm glad we finally got together.
Congressman, I want to ask you about the email because the constituents there in Nebraska were very concerned about the claim that the electrical rates would go down if the Keystone XL were built. Can you address that?
The issue was energy rates, and there's no doubt that the gas prices at the pump have gone up. We didn't say electricity. That was the myth perpetrated by Bold, Nebraska. The reality here is that the oil that comes in from the Alberta sands will completely offset the oil from Venezuela. Venezuela is in near a civil war right now, and they're an unreliable trading partner. There's no doubt that prices will stabilize, that the gasoline that will be produced from that oil will be cheaper as it comes into the market. And there are some people in the Northeast that do use products like heating oil to heat their house, and this will provide that level of security and keep prices down. There's no doubt about it, and the economic studies show that.
What about, well, there's a lot of economic studies out there. What about the purity of the oil? I mean, Senator Mary Landrieu says that this is going to be the cleanest barrel of oil in North America. Do you agree with that?
Well, it's a heavy crude, so if you're talking a sweet crude versus a heavy crude, this is definitely a heavy crude. There's no doubt about it.
So compare it to Venezuelan oil.
They would be equal in essence, Ed. And in fact, the refineries that are buying this oil are the ones that are using Venezuelan oil right now. So they're already engineered for the heavier crude.
Okay. Now, you've said that this is a political decision by the president. Okay. Well, we give oil subsidies to major companies that make billions of dollars. So everything about energy is political. Putting that aside, isn't this pipeline a legal issue, eminent domain and property rights, and the people in Nebraska where this pipeline is designed to go through, they don't want it on their land? I mean, it's a legal issue, isn't it?
Well, parts of it are a legal issue, but signing a permit has nothing to do with whether or not eminent domain in the state of Nebraska under state laws will be necessary or not. The president's duty here is to determine if it's in our national interest to sign that permit. And the State Department, when they stamped final on this, all 22,000 pages of studies, concluded that it is in our national interest to have that pipeline.
But there has not been a recommendation. There's not been a recommendation from the Secretary of State as of yet. There have been studies that have been questioned, and there's studies all over the place. But even if the president gave approval, Congressman, this wouldn't speed it up because it's hung up in the state Supreme Court in Nebraska, plus the Public Service Commission would have to rule after that. So
maybe not. But
remember what Grover Norquist said they needed in the White House? What kind of president? One that could do this. Huh? And because he's not a rubber stamp for them, he's not a good president. Right? He wants, they say government is too big, right? What's another way of saying that? When you got to understand what a person is saying to you before you so jump up and agree or disagree with them. When a bully or a wannabe bully sees an opportunity to mess over you, and the only thing in his way is somebody who's big enough to defend themselves, what did he say in his head? He's sizing him up. He too big for me. But I'd show, like, if I could get him out the way, I could really do something. Right? Another word for big that generally goes with the word big, and powerful. Huh? What is the, among rulers, what is the word for powerful? What is the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran full of? Isn't knowledge power? And they've been gradually dumbing down the American people, even with the entertainment. You notice it's just a bunch of silliness. Keeping your minds occupied with garbage. It's easy to convince children of whatever you want them to do. All you have to do is tell them, look, that's a bad man over there. They don't say why you say that. They just say, Daddy said that's a bad man. Don't go over there with him. I don't like them people. What they do to you? What you mean what they do to me? I mean, why do you not like them? Daddy said they bad. They told Mitt Romney to go out there and run the president down in the Benghazi thing, and that's exactly what he went out there and did. Saying what he was given to say. Huh? Just to find out that what he was given to say was wrong. And he wanted to be president of the United States. Huh? Okay. Now, this man wants the president to sign off on something that's still being fought over in court. In other words, now understand something. Didn't they say that he is a lawless president? But who's trying to get him to forget the law? Listen, you're gonna hear him say it.
He can certainly start the construction by signing the permit. Montana, South Dakota. Well, wait a minute. And that decision's been stayed. You need to say that it's been stayed by the court. Congressman,
why don't he say it like it really is? If we could get an executive order from the president, we could circumvent the court. Huh? He has the power to make an executive order. Why don't he do it? But I thought you said you wanted him to obey the laws and not just abuse his power. You know, a president, when a man is on death row, a president has the right, when he's, leaving office, he can pardon that man, and the state can't say nothing. Huh? Just like Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon. All that stuff they had on former President Nixon didn't mean a hill of beans when the next president said, I pardon him. Is that right? But he ain't gonna say, they've been getting on the president saying he's been abusing the executive orders. He done made fewer executive orders than most of the recent presidents. But he's been abusing it. They don't want him to have that kind of authority and use it properly. They wouldn't mind him having it if he is doing everything they wanted done. What they wanted, listen to me good. What they wanted from President Obama was, once he got elected, was that his friendship that he had with John Boehner, and remember, they played golf together a lot. And all of those senators and Republican congressmen and senators in the Congress, when he was a senator, you notice how easy to get along with he is? He was a safe bet. We found the perfect patsy. Even though Republicans messed up, we can get back in there, but first we need to put a Democrat in there to be left holding the bag. You understand? Okay. President Obama, so nice and laid back. He's not radical. He's not hard to get along with. He's quiet. He's the spook who sat by the door. That's a private joke. I'm sorry. But anyway, because he ain't that either. He ain't have no hidden animosities that he feel like he got to get back at somebody. But they mistook quiet, laid-back demeanor for stupidity. And so when he got in there, that's why when John Boehner went in there and started telling him what this is what he think, this is what I think needs to be done, and this is what I think needs to be done, and then the president let him talk. And then when he finished, he said, but John, I won. That was a nice way of saying, John, are you aware that I'm the President of the United States now? This ain't the Senate. This ain't the House. This is the Oval Office. And it's my duty not to be your yes man. It's my duty to do what I think is best for the American people. He said all of that in those few words. But John, I won. And John was mad as hell. Went back and told Mitch. And shoot. Well, we ain't gonna do nothing that you say. We ain't gonna cooperate with it. And with anything you try to do, we're not gonna cooperate. Then they go and tell the press, we focusing on jobs. And say, oh, that's good. Playing with words with those that they know don't understand. Because if you just watch what a person does and listen to what they say, and when they leave an open-ended statement out there about we focusing on jobs and whatnot, all you have to do is see what they do about jobs, and then you'll know what kind of focus they was making. Creating them or eliminating them. Do you understand? So learn to listen and at the same time watch. We had an old saying, and I didn't just now hear this. I heard this when I was going to church. Watch as well as pray. Huh? Okay. Now, in this clip here, this man wants the president to sign off on it so they can at least start building the pipeline. What do you mean? Sign off on it so you can start building? That's what they're fighting about now. Anything to try to get the president to do things that are against the will of some of the people in different states that you want to make the president your pawn to use to circumvent people's rights. Huh? But listen to him. He gonna come out and say it after Ed press him on it. Just listen.
Cannot build this pipeline until this is cleared up by the Nebraska State Supreme Court, correct?
No, right now it's under a stay. They can start building it right now, other than they may have to go into eminent domain because there are going to be at least two landowners.
One of the spokespersons for the citizens of Nebraska and Texas even said, how does this government take private citizens' property and they talking about the state governments did it. How do you take private citizens' property and declare eminent domain for a foreign company? You let a company from Canada seize property in America under eminent domain? What are you doing? That's the people that Grover Norquist and them put in there. These people done took over your government. You looking at black people, Rush Limbaugh and all of them looking at black people and helping push the lie that somehow we, and as they say, minorities, is the biggest problem in America. And the biggest problem in America is that a bunch of greedy, selfish, bigoted white people and other wealthy people with interests outside of America. Don't worry, their money in banks outside of America that they've been hiding and everything? I told them to get it back in here, didn't I? Okay, watch what happens. And but they going to see if they bring it back here, they have to pay the taxes on it. So either bring it back, use it, or lose it. It's that sure coming. Now, how do you reconcile that? How do you take land away from a person, a rancher in Texas or in Nebraska? Just take it. Not for the use of the United States, but for the use of a company in Canada. And you declare eminent domain? Meaning it's eminent to the national interests of America. No, it's eminent to the interests of the oil company. And you bring in something in here that's very detrimental to the environment. Oh, just a minute. You know, I'm told that lie too. But listen.
That would be breaking the law. I mean, you just can't. The president can't be a dictator and go into Nebraska and tell people this is what they're going to do. Whoa, now wait a minute now.
Oh, so now he want him to do it. They say he did it in other things. Oh, so that's how it goes. When the president does an executive order that helps the American people, he's breaking the law. But it's okay if he do it to help the oil company. Then you say, well, he doing it for us. He doing it to other things. You see my point? The biggest problem they have with President Obama is that President Obama is the president of the United States and not the puppet for the people that they have become the puppets for. You understand? Look, man, if everybody don't go along lockstep, then it makes those who went along lockstep, makes them look terrible. It's just like some of those German soldiers and people that was in the German army that was actually secretly helping Jews escape Hitler and all that. You know what that did for the people who claimed they was just following orders? It nullified their excuse. Why? Because if these didn't obey the orders, your conscience should have been pricked too. You understand? So, that's just how it is, man. I mean, they can't have an honest president and a dishonest legislature. Everybody needs to be dishonest to make everything look good. Right? Okay. So just keep listening.
This is a can tell people this is what they're going to do. Whoa, now wait a minute now. This is a fact. The president can't go in on eminent domain and say, hey, we're taking your land.
That's a state issue. He couldn't do that in Montana.
So the president had said, hasn't the president said all along he was going to wait for the legal process to play out?
You just put a new standard on a permit crossing a border now that all of the land has to be put together on the 17th.
No, I didn't do that. The president has said
they want to get a permit from the president. They want to get a permit from the president to do something that the state of Nebraska have put a hold on. An executive order could give them that. And that's what he's trying to suggest that the president should do. Huh? All right. Now, let me, when I first heard that term, crude, heavy crude and light crude, I didn't know what they was talking about. Ain't no sense in me lying. So I asked the question and went to Bing. Bing. And this is what I came up with. Crude oil that does not easily flow at room temperature is called heavy crude oil. This differs from light crude oil, which flows freely at the same temperatures because of its lower density. Crude oil with an American Petroleum Institute, crude oil with an American Petroleum Institute gravity of less than 20 degrees is classified as either heavy crude oil or extra heavy crude oil. It is speculated that the total amount of heavy crude oil worldwide is more than double that of the more traditionally used light crude oil. Deposits of heavy crude oil are often found near tar sands or oil sands, which are mixed of sand, clay, water, and extremely dense petroleum. Occasionally, the term bitumen, which is the sticky, semi-solid tar-like form of petroleum found in tar sands, will be used interchangeably with the extra heavy crude oil found in such deposits. Some geologists contend that bitumen is merely a heavy crude. Bitumen is merely a form of extra heavy crude oil that is so dense that it does not flow at all at room temperature. Let me scroll on down here. Transporting and refining heavy crude oil poses greater environmental risks than transporting and refining the more traditional light crude oil. That's what those environmentalists have been saying. Then it says, heavy oil contains more carbon, along with many other impurities, so it releases more carbon dioxide during production and during use, which can negatively affect the Earth's ozone layer. Thought they said it wouldn't harm it. This is the ITT Institute. It says, this is what I'm reading this from, their report, their definition of heavy crude oil. It says, the production process of heavy oil can generate as much as 3 times the amount of carbon dioxide that light oil production generates. You see how they stand up and just tell a bold-faced lie? What they care? You know, that's the problem of having just a little knowledge. The devil been so mad that he thought that after 6,000 years, and we kept him that way purposely, that after 6,000 years that we was going to rise up and commit genocide and just kill all white folks. So, what did he care about poisoning the earth? What did he care about poisoning the water? What did he care about ripping the ozone away? Well, if I can't be here, to hell with it all. The fool he never had sense enough to think about God being a just God. Would a just God punish you for being what he made you? Would a just God warn you to straighten up if he knew you couldn't do it? Why you think he told you to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy? And whoever was working in the Sabbath day, that's who would be put to death. Come, let's reason together. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. And though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. We shave them all off. Because that's not just innate in you. That's not naturally in you. We had to teach you that. And if we could put it in you, that's like wool growing on a sheep's back. We can shave it off. But now you wanna commit suicide and take us with you. That ain't finna happen. If we have to take your mind from you, that's what we're gonna do. You think we can't do that? Let me show you. But anyway, now you go online and you ask Bing, and it'll take you to ITT, the Wise Geek, and it'll tell you all about heavy and light crude, and you'll see that I ain't lying to you. You know, but they sit up there and tell that lie, talking about it ain't gonna do no more harm. You know, it do less harm. Less harm to who? There again, less harm to our pockets. I'll just throw it out there and let you take it from there. Didn't you see the little clip I showed you from Shooter? You remember what? Let me let you see it again. No, you didn't see it. Sitting up there with a chest cat grin on his face. Let me see here.
Nobody questions him.
Search.
I don't carry a weapon.
Now I want you to pay close attention to what the senator says. Held his coat like that. I don't carry a weapon. And watch what happens. Watch what he says after they find it. See, he had already said it to himself, quietly. I don't carry a weapon, usually. He didn't hear that part until after he found it. But listen to it.
Search. I don't carry a weapon. Ordinarily, I'm likely to carry that mistake.
Ordinarily, and then gonna try to change up his life. Well, I'm licensed to carry that in the state. But I thought he said he didn't carry a weapon. And then when you catch him in his lie, you didn't let me finish. Is that right? That's how it goes. You know, people try to play with me with words like that all the time. Sometimes I let them get away with it, and sometimes I, you know, just depending on how serious the matter is, I'll go away and let them think they done fooled me. But I'm telling you, you better cut that foolishness out. Don't you know Allah is with me? Closer than my life's vein. You better quit judging me by my skin. You better pay attention that I'm standing up here talking to you and explaining to you things that got right by you. The devil is subtle, but he ain't more subtle than his maker. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field that the Lord God had made. Allah is the subtle, the aware. You know, you better pay attention. And now listen to him. I mean, they have to brag somewhere. So they brag on TV, in a movie. And you notice, they just got through talking about Iraq. That ain't been too long ago. How no blood for oil. Remember that slogan? When demonstrators and stuff, and then the Secretary of Defense came out and said, well, this is not about oil. This is about freedom. First it was weapons of mass destruction. Then the president put on a little skit. No WMAs, no WMDs under there. After they didn't find any. The UN inspectors had already told them that they didn't find any and that he didn't have any. Well, then we got to go in there for freedom. But he had already went in there, so he had to reinvent the reason for being there. Right? And that's what this was showing you. Now listen.
One pilot.
Put your weapons out! Put it down!
Put your gun down! It's okay.
Hey, shoot it, Gunny. Yeah, you've got what you came for. I think it's time you owe us your side of the bargain.
Do, huh?
Yes, I do, son. I certainly do. Why don't we think about all this that is going on just as a preamble? You got any plans after this? You have a rather unique skill set. I'd be interested in offering you a job.
Work. For you.
It's not really as bad as it's saying. It's all going to be done. In any case, you might as well be on the side to get you well paid for your efforts.
And what side are you on?
There are no sides. There's no Sunnis and Shiites. There's no Democrats and Republicans. There's only haves and have-nots.
What exactly does working for you entail, Senator? Huh? Raping and murdering innocent women and children, you sick animal. You sanctioned the mass murder of an entire village so a pipeline could go through.
One village! And it brought stability to the region, which means that the...
Ain't we talking about a pipeline now? All right. But only they wanted to go through America. Huh? Listen.
One chops off their arm because their grandmother's grandfather belonged to a different tribe. They like us down there, boy. This is a country where the Secretary of Defense can go on TV
and tell the American public, that this is about freedom, it's not about oil. And nobody questions him because they don't want to hear the answer because it's a lie. There's only so many places at the table, Gunny. Now, are you on the inside or are you on the outside?
Chairman Issa and John Boehner and all of those people that's now trying to make something out of Benghazi, why they don't call the Bush administrative people and make something out of what happened there and get to the bottom of that? Nobody questions them because they don't want the answers because they know it's a lie. And when they were told the truth about Benghazi, they tried to turn it into a lie. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Keep thinking it. And when you try to act on it, that's going to be the end of you. As I told you, we done got sick of you. So, we are. We're not here to do you harm. The American people is just like at the end of that movie. They showed something on there. Let's fast forward to that. I want you to see this. Let's see here. Give me a minute. Now, I want to say this. Now, there are Caucasian people in this country that would put a bullet in my head and wouldn't think twice about it. Especially if they think they're protecting their country. They don't mind giving their life to protect their country. And when they find out they've been betrayed by you, who up there done sold out and been playing and running games on them, they coming after you. Watch what I tell you.
This is Attorney General Russert, Director Brandt.
Sir, Senator Meacham couldn't be with us today. I'm sure we can manage without him. Sergeant Swagger, you asked for this meeting. Against my better judgment, I've agreed to it as a favor to the FBI.
What the hell am I doing here? You've got nothing on me. I'm covered. Call the Joint Chief.
That won't be necessary, Colonel, as I have already received no less than a dozen calls from highly ranked and powerfully placed individuals telling me to let you go. This is about evidence and finding out the truth, so you sit there and be quiet. Sergeant, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is my weapon. No question about it, don't deny it. We recovered at the scene moments after the assassination, we agree. It's been in the FBI's possession ever since. Hadn't we tampered with it in any way?
No, absolutely not.
You fired the weapon.
There was no point. The slug was mangled beyond recognition. It was, however, an exact metallurgical match.
Right. Definitely my bullets. Definitely my gun. Special Agent Mendes, you believe I shot that Archbishop?
No. No, I don't.
Ever proof of this fact?
No.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Really trust me.
Yeah.
With your life.
Yeah.
Good.
What the hell are you doing?
Put that weapon down now.
0 for 600.
That ain't a little low. You're gonna make a difference. It's close. The only thing that's gonna make a difference is whether I'm crazy or not. I can keep doing this all day. With every weapon in my house. I swapped all the firing pins before I left the house. I always do. Looks right, need a micrometer to tell. But the gun don't shoot. That bullet you got out of that bishop was fired from my weapon, but a week before in a can of stew. I did take an oath to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Just didn't figure it into quite this involved. But at the end of the day, when all the dust settles, you can't hide from the truth, you son of a bitch.
I'm going to tell you something else. One of the worst things that you can do, y'all better listen to me. One of the worst things that you can do is take a man's love for his country and his people and manipulate him into thinking he's doing something to help them that actually is hurting them, and let him find out that that's what you was doing. You know what I told the captains and the captain of the FOI when I finally realized that many people in the Nation of Islam didn't give a damn about black people? I didn't pretend with him. I told him to his face, I said, y'all don't care nothing about us. And he didn't want to let me back in the temple. And I said, why? One of the worst things you can do to a man that loves his people and loves his country, we call them patriots, is for you to use that man and manipulate him into doing something that he thought was in the best interest of his country and his people, and you use him to actually do something that harms them, and he find out about it. That's one of the worst things you can do. And it's a lot of patriots to this country that honestly have been misled into thinking wrong about those who meant good for the country and thinking wrong about people who didn't mean this country no good. Now one day it's going to all come out. God said that there ain't nothing hidden that shall not be made manifest. Any Caucasian that think I'm an enemy or somehow here to harm you and your people, call up and unmute your phone and tell the people. I know how it feels to be betrayed, man. Look at all them people that was just waiting for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to die so that they could come out and mislead us and destroy what 43 years of his labor and his sacrificing tried to do for us. But every one of them gonna be paid. I'm not talking about with a bullet in the head. I'm talking about with the loss of a mind. You're gonna Allah said he will miserably destroy you. What shall the Lord of the vineyard do when he come? He shall miserably destroy those husbandmen. Yeah, I'm looking up to you and thinking you is somebody that's a great person, just to find out that you in your mind think that I'm a fool. You shouldn't have never let me find that out. Because I'm not the person who go away. See, Malcolm got tricked out of pocket, and he repented at the end, but then they murdered him. Because Malcolm apologized to the messenger. See, then he understood. You turned on the only friend you had, man. Now, this man, when they first met the shooter, the star there, they said they needed his help to track down someone who was planning to murder the president or something. And he said he didn't want no part in it. And they said, well, you know, we need your help, man. Your country needs your help. He goes to help them, and all they was trying to do was set him up to be blamed for somebody they wanted to murder. And now I know you said, well, you're talking about our movie, man. Yeah, I am talking about a movie. But where they get them ideas from? I remember Lee Harvey Oswald, to his, the minute they arrested him, he said, I'm just a patsy. When Byron Della Beckwith got arrested, he didn't say, I'm just a patsy. Asked him, did you shoot him? He said, that nigger dead. At least he was honest about his feelings. Most people that are, if a man is that fanatical to shoot the president, he won't credit for what he did because he thinks he's right. But when you get played, you feel pretty cheap. I done seen what people can do to your government from the inside. Learn to recognize when someone cares about you. If a person don't care about your children, if a person doesn't care about your wife and your children and your health, rest assured, I don't care how good they talk, I don't care how much they tell you other things that tickle your ear. They don't care nothing about you. I know why you care about me, but you don't care about my health. You say you believe in the Constitution, but on the other hand, you running on the strength that you're going to take away the ability of poor people to have decent health care. Because if you somehow pass a measure that would make it a health care a right of your citizens, then there's going to have to be more regulation on how food is grown, on what you can spray on it, on what, everything going to have to change. Eventually. They know that. Which means you ain't going to no longer be able to put garbage in people and keep them sick and just kill one generation after another. Because you don't mind killing your customers as long as they producing more. That's the same with slaughtering your beef and slaughtering your pigs and stuff. You don't mind slaughtering your pigs, your old ones, as long as you got some young ones there that's going to be growing up and being ready for the slaughter too. They want to pretend they care about the right to life, they say. They want to pretend they care. But what they really want is to make sure that you keep on producing generations that they can, after they kill you, that there'll be some more left to keep on mooching off of and being a parasite on. And if I got it wrong, I'm not going to do like these other people. Come in here and let's have a conversation about it, and you straighten out whatever it is you think I messed up. You can't accuse me of giving you a one-sided picture or testimony. I've invited, you know, even in court, before a witness steps down, whoever called that witness, when they finish with him, he can't get off the stand. The judge will say, okay, and he will look at the other counsel and say, counsel, do you have any questions for this witness? He say, yes, Your Honor. Well, he's your witness. Have at it. Right? So, you have the floor. Any of you that say I'm somehow deluded. I already know that most of the movies, for instance, that get your attention and really hold your attention, they are rooted in some facts. The very nature of the brain of man is to be attracted to truth. I'll tell you what, how many of y'all would go and look at if they, you know them childhood stories you were told? Goldilocks and the Three Bears? Little Red Riding Hood? If they did a movie of that now, do you think it would be a box office hit? Because it's not rooted in reality. The reason that that shooter can hold your attention is because you done seen some things that that movie seemed to be similar to. Now, your boy Danny Glover is sitting there, you know, he's playing that role, ain't he? He said, I ain't got no business in it. Call somebody. And he said, I already called him, and your boys done told me that you free to go. But you sit there right now and listen to this. Is that right? See, the one thing about it, whenever you understand something, when you are the crook and other people that could fight you are outnumbered by you, you always have to go on the offensive first to keep them from ever making you have to defend the wrong that you're doing. Huh? It's like been trying to go after Eric Holder, trying to go after anybody who could do an investigation on them. So now if he go after them, they would like to say he's trying to get some payback. Huh? So you'd be surprised the games people play, man. When you and I grow up, we no longer think like children, and no one can treat us like children. You understand? I want all the American people to grow up. That's all. If you got wealth, I want you to have wisdom with it. That's all. if you give away your money, at least I want you to give it away knowing to whom and for what you are giving it to. That's all. I don't want nobody tricked. I don't want nobody to be able to trick nobody. Now that's freedom. As long as you can be tricked, you ain't free. As long as you don't know how to determine when a person is being truthful with you and when they're lying, you're not free. Do you understand? Liars always put on a great big old huff-to-do when you call them on something that they're doing wrong. Always. They ain't never going to give you nothing civilized. Want to always go off on you and make it look like you wrong for checking them. I remember I was looking at this Star Trek, and the next generation, and Picard and them had a Klingon ambassador on their ship with them that somehow had got with the Romulans. I like Star Trek, man. I'm kind of you like what you like, okay? And anyway, the Klingon ambassador had got with the Romulans and was trying to use the chief engineering officer, Geordi LaForge. They had somehow tapped into his visor and had brainwashed him and made him forget about it. He thought he had been on vacation, where he had really been was in their custody, being programmed to come back and murder one of the Klingon people, and then say he did it because the Federation, he was doing it in the name of the Federation to break up the alliance between the Klingons and the Federation, so the Romulans could, come in there and fill the gap. So they found the signal, thanks to Data. That's that android on there. And so in the end, the only people that could have been sending the signal was either Captain Picard or the Klingon ambassador. And so the police on board wanted to search both of them. And the Klingon ambassador said, I'm a representative of the Klingon Empire, and you will not I will not let you search me. That's an insult in so many words. And the Klingon captain said, that's right, Captain. We will take him to our ship and search him. And then the ambassador said, Captain Picard, I think it would be in your and my best interest. I would like to seek sanctuary under the Federation on board your ship. Captain Picard said, yes, I will grant you that after you get through with your people over there. And so, it is traitors. People always, look, a government this powerful as America has become, you don't have to worry about somebody or any country coming in. And even with the way the world community is right now, you see how much trouble Vladimir Putin is causing himself with the rest of the world by his naked aggression on Crimea, and going in there like he's going in there, the whole world community is looking at him and angry. Now, and that little country is not, I mean, you had hardly ever hear anything about them. And yet, now they've been propelled into the world arena. And all attention is on them now. No government, no country has to really worry about naked aggression from the outside. But you know, you must remember something. When the president, when anyone, the military, especially, did you hear what that young man said on there? He took an oath to protect this country from all enemies, foreign and who? And those who are right here. From the snake out of the grass, the foreign one, and the snake in the grass, the hidden one. The messenger said this about the Nation of Islam. He said, and the whole planet. He said that Allah is now ready to put out of his universe most everyone now that don't love him. He said, don't like him. Meaning, if you don't like what God told you to do, you don't like God. And so, that's what makes you like or dislike a person. It's what they do for you and what they want you to do. Do you understand? Okay. He said, we must rid the earth of open enemies and secret enemies, foreign and domestic. Huh? Did you hear any white people come in here and say they think I'm a domestic enemy of theirs? If they accuse me of that, even the hypocrites, if he accused me of that, my next question to him is, what make you say that? In other words, where is your proof? A person cannot be considered as an enemy when they are no threat to you. What? Okay. Then you must be watchful. You must be vigilant. You know, when we sleeping at night in the military, when we was in the barracks sleeping, everybody in the barracks don't go to sleep. You have what they call fire watch. Somebody woke. Well, I guess I'm the fire watch. I'm the watchman. And I'm sounding the alarm. You don't let the wrong kind of people. Anytime you got people in government telling you that you got too much government, that don't make a lot of sense. Why? I remember when they was accusing Jesus of casting out devils in the name of the devil. He said if Satan cast out Satan, then his house is divided. How shall he stand? And if I by Beelzebub cast out the devils, who do your sons cast them out by? In whose name? A man who really loves his country cannot hate the government that his country established. If you have people that's abusing their authority, then you take them out of office. That's why you have a vote. Is that right? You don't have to do that. If you got a bad congressman, he won't be bad for long. He got 2 years to do that. Huh? But if you got a bought and paid for congressman, you wouldn't have even had that if you had been watchful of your children's education and made sure that sense. And like George Washington said, excuse me, but I want to use what he said. Let's see here. Let's see here. Give me a moment. I'm trying to. Let's see. There is an opinion that parties in free countries are useful checks upon the administration of the government and serve to keep alive the spirit of liberty. This, within certain limits, is probably true. And in governments of a monarchical caste, patriotism may look with indulgence upon parties, if not with favor upon the spirit of party. That's under a monarchy or a king. You need parties to kind of put that man in check at some time, because the king sometime he become a tyrant. He says, but in those of the popular character, meaning in those of what we have here. He was talking about those popular within the borders of the United States. Said, but in those of the popular character, in governments purely elective, it is a spirit not to be encouraged. The spirit of parties, because a party spirit is a divisive spirit. If you're not careful, it'll divide you, one against the other, like it has done. And it says, it is a spirit not to be encouraged. From their natural tendency, it is certain there will always be enough of that spirit for every salutary purpose, and there being constant danger of excess. Fanaticism, in other words. And you start thinking more of the party, your loyalty becomes more to the party than it does to the country. Sound familiar? And he says, the effort ought to be by force of and there being constant danger of excess, the effort ought to be by force of public opinion, to mitigate and assuage it. A fire not to be quenched. It demands a uniform vigilance. You must don't destroy parties, but keep a close watch on it. It says a fire not to be quenched, but it demands a uniform. What is uniform? Don't have no pick and choose over, well, since I'm a Democrat, I'm going to look favorably on the Democrat. Since I'm a Republican, I'm going to look favorably on the Republicans. President Obama said something that brought him into national prominence that needed to be said. He said, this is not the red states or the blue states of America. This is the United States of America. Not Democrats or Republicans, but Americans. And he reminded them of something that was so necessary. But most people, I mean, that after all of that thing that was done with the war based on a lie, and the giving rich people all of that tax break and went from a surplus, $1.3 trillion surplus, into deficit? There were some people that could care less about the United States, and it showed wasn't us. Wasn't black people. You can't blame that on me. Them was people who look like you, Rush. Them was people that look like you, Glenn. Black people don't run that. Black people ain't the ones that put the country over there in Iraq and got all them people murdered. People who look like you did that. Somebody who looked like me been trying to correct that stuff. And you hate him. You always do what you're told. I mean, you just doing what you was told to do. You hate me, and if I ask you why, what I do to you? It's just like people say, nigga, you need to get back to Africa. When we was begging you to let us have a ship to go back, you wouldn't do it. How did I get over here? Now you come in my face as though I came here and forced my way on you. So you done rewrote history now. We forced ourselves into slavery. We forced you to take misadvantage of us. Now you see why they don't want to talk to me. Because if he talked to me, he would lose all of his steam. Because I'm not going to stand up here and hurl insults and stuff like that. You want to meet up with that poor little brother who's full of so much anger that he call you a honky, call you hook nose this and black to blue that. I'm not into that. That's not righteousness. Going around insulting people. Just like people tried to say that was an insult to call Clarence Thomas an Uncle Tom. Well, it's not an insult. That's what Clarence Thomas is. He's not Uncle Tom. And you can try to twist it and make it mean something. We know what that word means. It is important. It says, it demands a uniform vigilance to prevent its bursting into a flame. You notice, a uniform vigilance. Now, if I had seen the congressman, what's his name, ISIS, and Boehner, and John McCain, he stopped being a maverick, didn't he? Yeah. Now he lockstep with the rest of them, bought and paid for. They even got some of them call themselves Democrats going along with the okie doke. Tried to slip up next to the vice president and told him, Joe, this is just temporary. Meaning what? He didn't tell you what else they said. But anyway, you know, he just didn't buy it. So now they call themselves, well, we ain't ever going to mention him no more. What? He'll be on the lips of everybody that I know before it's over with. Because he's a far better man than you. So anyway, it says, a fire not to be quenched, it demands a uniform vigilance. Where was they when with this lie, this false war that went on. How come they ain't questioned Donald Rumsfeld? How come they ain't brought Dick Cheney in there, even when he accidentally shot somebody, called himself duck hunting? Where was their outrage over 4,000 men and women, soldiers, that were killed on a humbug, on a lie? How come they ain't talked about President Bush and them and bringing them up on some kind of investigation? Condoleezza Rice over there teaching school somewhere at a university. And then you want to come in here and pretend that you outraged about the death of an ambassador that didn't have enough protection in a foreign country that you, the Congress, had cut funding for. Am I missing something? If I got something wrong, any of you who looking and watching on YouTube, please straighten it out. My memory on some of these things may not be as good, and I want you to tell me if I misrepresent something. I don't want to misrepresent anything. The next paragraph says that it is substantial, not the next paragraph, but this is what I really wanted to read to you. It is substantially true that virtue or morality is a necessary spring of popular government. You got to have, what you mean a necessary spring? You know what they call a spring. That's water that's bubbling up that generally people drink from. Huh? You notice they still question you. What do you believe in God? What is your religion? And you remember when they was talking about the Mormon religion and worrying about what religion all of them was. They want to know you believe in God, man. Huh? Can't have you sitting up there and you don't fear God. Richard Nixon feared God. And he didn't mind saying it. And told Henry, come pray with me, Henry. And when Henry was moving a little slow, he told him, look, Henry, don't never be too proud to go on your knees before God. Richard Nixon didn't actually do anything to hurt us. You know who was mad at Richard Nixon? A lot of them crooked politicians up there. That's who was mad at him, because he was spying on them. That's what he got in trouble about. Just tell the truth, man. It says, the rule indeed, it says that morality and virtue is a necessary spring of popular government. The rule indeed extends with more or less force to every species of free government. Where there's no virtue and morality, you ain't got nothing but a tyrannical dictator. There can't be no freedom where there's no morality and virtue. There's no such thing as a just tyrant. And there's no such thing as a just wicked man. If he's wicked, he's unjust. The first one he's being unjust to is himself. But anyway, let's move on. It says, who that is a sincere friend to government can look with indifference upon attempts to shake the foundation of the fabric. Huh? Promote then. I mean, otherwise you're going to say you the friend of government and you promoting senators, congressmen, coming out supporting a man who raises arms against his own government. And they part of the government. And they upholding a man that was there and a bunch of people there coming up to federal law enforcement agents talking about they gonna fight them. And this man owed the government taxes. Let me show you something here. I got to show you. You know, no, well, I'll say that for another time, because I want you to finish looking at this too. I'm gonna tell you something. Don't play with you should never play with the love of a patriot. I remember when they was talking about all of Nixon's men, and I don't forgot that brother's name, but I understood what he was saying. And you remember the one that played James West on Wild Wild West? He played the part. I think it was G. Gordon Liddy, and he told the president now that, look, I don't know if it was something about whether it was the Reagan administration, but I think it was the Nixon administration. They did a little skit about it, and he told them that, look, if you decide that I need to be eliminated, in so many words, he said, don't take a chance on hitting my wife or family. Just tell me where to stand. Same thing that samurai told to his emperor. If you need me to die in order to satisfy you, then I'm your servant. I remember the messenger when he was talking to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. And when Allah told him that he would sacrifice nations to save us, and he said, and then die himself. And the messenger said that he told him, he said, well, I know I can't sacrifice no nations, he said, but I will give up my life. And he looked at him and smiled, and he said that when he looked at him and he smiled at him, he said, yes, you will. And you know, the scripture says, greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. Most people think that means just go off somewhere and die for people. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad laid down his whole life. He put aside his own personal needs for us, for his people. That's what laying down your life for your friends is. Likewise, and if necessary, if the standing for right and standing for the truth and standing for justice mean I have to lose my life, then it's worth it. And if you don't feel that way, you can't represent God. So it says, George Washington, I'm reading again from page 9 on this. Next to the last paragraph. After he says all of that, he says, promote then. This is what you need to promote. As an object of primary importance. Primary importance. Primary, elementary. Without it, you can't get nothing else. You can't even talk about college if you don't go to primary. Is that right? The primary thing, the most important thing. Promote, then, as an object of primary importance, institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge. Where is knowledge? You all walked in auditoriums and big buildings, and you felt cool, but you didn't feel any air just blowing on you. Or you felt warm, but you couldn't feel any heat just blowing on you. And then you looked up and you saw them big old round things called diffusers. Those things were designed to distribute the air and the heat throughout the room, not just on one particular place. The public school system was designed for the diffusion of knowledge. And instead, they used it for a diffusion to enslave the American people. That's why when he say one thing, you get another understanding. I don't carry weapons. Normally. He say that after he done found it. Our main focus is on jobs. We focused on jobs. And he know you think that means he's trying to create them. Knowing you ain't even watching what he's doing. If you was watching what he's doing, you'd call him on the carpet about it. I know what you meant now, and you'd say to him, instead of asking him, you'd say, I know what y'all mean now when you say you focused on jobs. You focused on not helping to create any. Oh, what makes you say that? What make me say that? President Obama tried to do the same thing that when it was put and presented by President Roosevelt, Democrats and Republicans supported it. You're not trying to create jobs. You're trying to make this president and his administration ineffective. If I got it wrong, come tell me. Okay. It says, in proportion as the structure of a government gives force to public opinion, it is essential that public opinion should be enlightened. That's why you need a knowledgeable public, since the public is electing the government. Do you want a bunch of illiterates and people who are, and when I say illiterate, I'm talking about people who can't think. People who've been programmed and thinking that they've been educated. When all they can do is sound like parakeets. And when you question them on something that they parakeeting, and when you try to get them into an argument about it, next thing they do is threaten you And I don't have to listen to you, and you don't know what you're talking about, but it's actually them that don't know what they're talking about. They ain't never got time for questions. I makes time for questions. I can't get nobody to ask none. And I don't leave no question for you to ask. I done answered the question. You better go read George Washington's farewell address and take your time and read it a few times, like I had to do. And every time I read it, I get more out of it. And the one thing that I come away with is that George Washington truly cared about his people. That's the one thing that I come away with a clear understanding. And it helps me to understand how to care about mine. Now, let me show you what's coming for all of y'all who done sold out your people and sold out your government and sitting up in there pretending that you have love for the country, as they said about all of you all. I mean, they made a joke out of it. But say Romney's money even need a passport. And I ain't trying to single out Mitt Romney. I just remembered that little quip there. The reason they don't care what happens to America is because they put most of their wealth in banks outside of America. And they need to get rid of this. If they can get rid of America, well, who would stand in the way? I mean, what's the alternative to America? What? Come on, tell us. All these freedoms that most of us take for granted, other people don't have it. Not to this degree. Huh? But they want it. And that's why the nations are upset. Because when people compare what the American people have in the way of the freedom of speech, the freedom to confront your government, the freedom to do things that they wouldn't dream of doing in their country. It's kind of hard to kick against that. Because even the government that governs you is such that it reminds itself that you only govern as long as these people allow you to. Huh? And you are the servant of them and not the other way around. Don't ever get mad at somebody for caring about your health. They trying to goad. I mean, what? You gonna play on the president's ego, and now you gonna compare President Obama to Putin? Putin is a bear, and Obama is a lamb. Ask them people that President Obama went after with his administration. Is he a lamb? But at least the man is not a warmonger. At least he knows that the history teaches you that empires have never flourished. Empires always fall because human nature will not allow a tyrant or a tyrannical government to stifle it forever. If you are unjust, you are doomed to fail. And if you only ruling based on public opinion and satisfying your ego that you don't want nobody to think little of you, you're always going to do something you ain't got no business trying to prove something to somebody who has no standing. As Jesus said, how can you believe that seek honor one of another and seek not the honor that cometh from God only? But I know you, that you have not the love of God in you. For I am come to you in my Father's name, and you receive me not. But if another come to you in his own name, him you go for. I could go further with it, but I'm not. I think the point is made. What would you have President Obama to do about the Ukraine? What? Send soldiers in there? To what? I remember the messenger said this. He said, well, you say he taking it from my brother. He said, well, if he taking it from the Indian, let the Indian fight for his own. Understand something. No Ukrainian would want to see their government overturned if their government has been doing what it's supposed to do, which is looking out for the best interests of them. When you for right, when you doing right, every right-minded person around you will come to your defense when someone tries to accuse you of wrong. And if no right-minded people come to your defense when you know you have done right, it's because you have been doing right in the midst of a bunch of wrongdoing people. And that's why they hate you. So, but now, like I said, there's one thing I know about most of the white citizens of America, is that most of them love their country. You don't play with that. Okay. You know, it's like a car. You know, a race car is a very powerful car. A race car is a very powerful car. You don't really find that out until they lose control of it. You better quit misusing the power of the American people. You better quit misusing their trust. You better quit misusing their love. And one thing I know about white folks, boy, if they get mad at you, they believe in payback. All right. Now let me show you here. He's showing you right here.
Who gives a nice presentation, but none of it sticks to me. Gentlemen, this meeting is over. Done. I'll be seeing you.
He's right. There's nothing to prove he did anything.
And in this country.
Sir, just take a look at this. These images
classified file showing a village of people in Africa that were exterminated by the colonel and his associates.
My God, look around you. This is no one of Africa. That's all you say. This is the land of the free and the home of the brave. And I'm free to go.
Regardless of how I feel about this, these events occurred in another country outside of our laws.
So that's it? That's the best you can do?
This isn't the world court, Sergeant. And I don't have the jurisdiction to detain the colonel for crimes he may or may not have committed on another continent.
Sir, I urge you to reconsider.
There's nothing to reconsider, son.
I win. You lose. Again.
This is ridiculous.
For the record, I don't like the way this turned out any more than you do. But this is the world we live in. And justice does not always prevail. It's not the Wild West where you can clean up the streets with a gun. Even though sometimes that's exactly what's needed. Lovely sweater, you're free to go. Unshackled, sorry.
That's it. But the shot said in the face. You should have seen the look on the attorney general's face. Did he give his checks and balances speech? This is about evidence and the truth. And then you just said to him, the truth is what I say it is. You know, you gotta be out of the country in the morning and go to Ecuador.
Well, we're having some problems with the locals. We have our personnel on the ground ready to neutralize the problem, but they've requested you.
It's solvable. They requested you. It's right here. Turn off the lights. Get my car. Get my car. Do something. Do something. Where is he? He's under the floor! Oh, damn it! Wait a minute. Hold it, just a minute. Hold it. You're lying. You are here pretending lying. I am a United States Senator.
Exactly.
Now I'm telling you, you better quit You better quit playing on the love and the patriotism of the military people and all of that. You better cut that out. When they find out what you got planned for their country, for their wives and their children and all of that kind of thing, what you've been doing, all right, you better repent. All right. The messenger said this. He said, you're going to see people killing each other out in the streets and their blood running down in the gutters of the street. All right. It ain't too late to turn it around. Give all them crooks their money back and tell them go on about your business, man. Don't help anybody tear up your house. I couldn't stop WD and them, but I sure didn't help them. I was a baby. And every time I tried to speak up, nobody would listen. So the Nation of Islam got tore down and went down just like the messenger said, to almost nothing. Being a baby, I couldn't stand the thought of that, not realizing there wasn't nothing I could do about it. The word was already gone. So I left and began my journey to this growth and development that you see I have arrived at now. Now, if any of you can point out a country and a government that is an alternative to the United States of America, I might listen to you telling me how bad this is. And I still need you to answer me why so many people trying to come here if that one is better. I mean, they got to literally stop people from getting in here. And instead of them being happy and trying to say, look, wait a minute, why don't we go about this thing right? Why don't we share not just the word democracy with the rest of the world? Why don't we show them how it's really done? Show them how to set up the check and the balance, and show them that you don't cause justice to come into your land by doing injustice to people. You don't cause people to want to be a part of your system when it oppresses them. How in the world am I going to get somebody to accept Islam as a religion, and I'm threatening to kill them if they don't? So you going to frighten me into a religion? The hell with you. That's not the God that I've heard about. Why don't you take that freedom, justice, and equality off and around that flag and put what it really is? Every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account of it today. Sitting up, drawing up districts, they drawing up maps to make sure that, you know, if you were honest, if you were just, you wouldn't have to worry about whether people was going to vote Democrat or Republican. If you had wised the people up, if you wasn't dumbing the people down and playing on their hatred, you wouldn't have to draw up no redistricting lines and nothing else, because people would choose what was really better. You don't see me trying to get people, I don't care, you want to go listen to whoever, go listen to them. And if you hear something that contradicts me, bring it back in and tell them to come in here and straighten it, get it, tell me so I can shut up. I don't want to lead if I'm not the most qualified one. I thought it was about caring what happens to the people. I thought it was about wanting what's best for the people. How could you say you want what's best for the people if you don't want who's best to lead? Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then after I'm not on the air, then it's all this 369. Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you a few minutes. We done been going 6 hours now. That's long enough. But it's 5 minutes away from that, so you got 5 minutes. Anybody got something they wanted to ask me? Did I leave anybody hanging on anything? Yes, sir. The last what? Oh, about the what make you hate your people? Let's see.
Katsumoto's under arrest. Amuro won't let him last the night. With Katsumoto dead, we should have little trouble handling what's left of the rebellion, even without you. Especially without you. Just tell me one thing. What is it about your own people that you hate so much? Especially without you. Just tell me one thing. What is it about your own people that you hate so much?
You know, that's the problem with this world. People have got the misunderstanding that in order to love your people, you got to hate other people. But that's the way the slave master, who mistreated us, tried to teach us. Because we were taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that we should love our people, we were accused of teaching hatred because that's how you feel about people who mistreat your people. If you love your people. But you ain't pull that on me. That's why he was glad that I was here. He said he would be along. Now I have come. Now any of you that think that I'm doing what I'm doing based on hatred for somebody, come on up here and tell me who it is that I'm hating on. See how they all got quiet? We talking to the whole world right now. We got any posts? What about the Farrakhan factor? What they talking about? Say I was wrong about it. What did I say that was wrong? Released an audit? From who? Did all the preachers sign off on it? See what I'm talking about? You know, if they think they really have a cry against you, and sisters, please don't take this wrong. I don't mean no harm by this. But that's the kind of stuff that women do, is write you a note. They won't come and, I mean, what? Why you writing me a note when you could have came in here and said what you had to say? Get your lazy self up and dial that phone. I don't mean no harm. Go dial it and tell me what you say I was wrong about. Okay, you say they released an audit. To who? How much money was taken up? And where did it go? Fair question? And remember what I told you. When you take up that kind of money and people got to ask where it went, rest my case. How come ain't nobody asking me what's happening to the Unity Fund? Come on, come on. Man, as loud as I be talking and about stuff, man, don't you know I better show people what's going on with that money. They be saying, oh, nigga, you doing the same thing. That's what they be saying. Right? Ah, you be saying it. Yeah. They already say that nigga think he's the son of man. Huh? And then got nerve enough to come in here and ask me why you keep using the N-word? Why you keep saying everything you hear white folks say? That's the way the news talk about it. They don't say nigga, they say the N-word. It's okay for you to say it. Why can't a white man, when he's telling the news about what somebody said, if they said nigga, how come he can't say nigga? What's wrong with that? Explain it to me. You black people that's sitting out there, you who borrowed our teachings. You know, black came from the Muslim. So all y'all who borrowed the identity that we gave you, because you used to call each other Negro. You used to call each other nigger. And you still say it sometime when you get mad. Like when you get mad at me. I'm that nigger. Right? Oh, now we don't want to talk. What he said, write in the note. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to show you. Look, I'm not here to try to make something that's not meant in a harmful way. I don't try to make it more than it was. Ain't about that. If a man telling the news, just like when they was talking about what Donald Sterling said, if he said it, you can play it. I mean, what? See, you can't have no honest conversation because you're too busy trying to not to offend. I don't even want to talk to nobody like that. You can't represent me because you're too busy trying not to offend nobody. I don't want to use the wrong word. I don't, yeah, you don't want to do nothing. Who has that got the phone off mute? What do you want to say? Come on, it's all right. I ain't going to bite your head off. What is it? Huh? What's the number? 313-645-9042. Why you got your phone off mute and ain't saying nothing? Put them back on mute. You know, sound like somebody that's kind of sick. I don't want to make their life no worse. You know, if I fall on you, it can really cause you some problems. You know, you really don't understand. So, now, anybody had something they wanted to say? All right. Then may Allah bless us all, keep us safe in our right minds. Allah's Assalamu alaikum.
Your conference recording has stopped. Goodbye.